Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting for September 14th, 2022. If you'll please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And our inspirational word for the day actually comes from Matthew. Jesus said, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. This is the first and the greatest commandment." Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Commissioner Lundy.
Here.
Commissioner Hung.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here. Okay, I understand we have two proclamations this morning.
We do. The first one is proclaimed September 18th through the 24th. 2022 is First Responders Week. Bringing help, bringing hope. And Michael Doyen from Executive Director of the Mars is here.
Good morning, Michael. Good morning. You're a busy man.
We'd like Jake's Maskey
Okay.
and others on our team to join me. Good morning. Jinx is the mastermind behind the scenes working on this event with a team of volunteers. This is an opportunity for us to
Get
thank
close to
those.
the microphone.
An opportunity for us to thank those on the front lines of this epidemic. Last year, we lost 143 lives, accidental overdoses. In addition, there were 463 non-fatal overdoses in 2021. So this is a small appreciation from us to the first responders in Lorraine County, those who are on the front lines of this epidemic, and we are here to thank them for their dedication and hard work, and also thank you for your support of the Mars Board.
Okay. You want to say a few words?
I would just like to say that I'm really honored to be part of this event, and our first responders in Lorraine County are the top of the top, and they deserve this.
You know, I think for a lot of us, you know, we very much value and appreciate what our first responders do, but until you're actually like on the front line and you see it firsthand, you know, it's a different perspective when you read it in the newspaper, or maybe you hear the story in the community, or you read the report in the paper. But, you know, when you're the one on the front line and having to administer to make sure that you're hopefully bringing somebody back, just seeing that and then having to go home every single day, you know, some of the lives are lost, some of the lives are saved. And, I mean, you even hear tragic stories of some people who are saved who say they didn't want to be saved. That's how bad the situation is. So, but it's a serious problem in our county, and I know everybody involved, you know, our drug enforcement people, law enforcement in the region, and federal drug enforcement folks. Everybody's trying to do the best we can to get the drug dealers off the streets and behind bars where they belong, so they're not jeopardizing the lives of our loved ones or killing our loved ones. But just what first responders see day in and day out, I don't know how they make the disconnect and then go home and come back the next day, because they see some pretty ugly things. So, but we have a proclamation. Could we come down and present this to you? Okay. Dave.
You want us to come around now?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we won't make you jump too fast. We'll be that standard. Yeah, Michael wants to make sure that
Oh, sure, yeah. We will.
You know what? Can you have him, Commissioner Hung, Can you have them get a picture of the proclamation before they leave?
Oh, Mr. Spears, we need a picture of the proclamation
The same with this one, because I couldn't get it before your signatures.
with, with the signatures for Teresa.
Chris wanted it for
Thank you.
the Facebook, and I didn't have time to get it. You know what, can I have that one too real fast, Commissioner Lundy?
This one?
Yeah, so Mr. Spears can take a picture of that one while he's up here.
And my colleague, Commissioner Moore, was making a good point, and my wife, who's an addiction and mental health counselor, reminds me of it all the time, that we can never overlook the impact of alcoholism as well, too. That's still, a leading problem in the community.
What I was referring to is our first responders. There's no real help because they're dealing with more than just the pandemic on a daily basis. And so my daughter's a paramedic, and she's telling me every day, like, how they try to get mental health services in every day after they get done with the run. Instead, what they do is they go home, they work 24-hour shifts. You either drink or you deal with it through humor, and thank God my daughter has my humor. So it's a tough job. So.
It is. Madam Clerk, we have another proclamation.
We do. We have proclaimed September as Grandparent Kinship Month, and Christine Burke-Fox, which is the Executive Director of Children's Services, is here, as well as kinship families and some staff members.
Christine Foxburg.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Flipped the last two.
Oh, sorry. So I don't know who's
That's
coming up.
okay.
Are you coming up?
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I have
I'm going home then.
some of our kinship riders
Oh, awesome.
and some of
Yeah,
our.
come on up. Don't be shy. Let's go. You do all that hard work. We want to recognize you.
If you're gonna speak, if you're not Kristen, we need your names.
I'll do the speaking.
Okay.
Thank you.
You guys get up closer right behind her there so we can actually see on camera there.
Good morning, and thank you, commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As already stated, I'm Kristen Fox-Berkey. I'm the Executive Director for Lorraine County Children's Services. Thank you for providing us with this opportunity to thank our staff, our kinship families, and the entire Lorraine County community for their support of grandparents and kinship families who help take care of children when their parents are unable to do that. I have with me today Chris Ross, who is our Manager of Family-Based Care, Nancy Griffiths, who is the Supervisor of our Kinship Unit, the Kinship Unit members, Mary Lee Davis, Rachel Cambrera, Colleen Walker, and Nicole Gray. And I'm really delighted to have 3 of our kinship caregivers with us. So we have Renee Collins, Heather Toney, and Karen Brady with us today. Thank you for being here. September is Grandparent and Kinship Care Month in Ohio. And for many decades, children's service agencies only had one intervention, and that was foster care for children who were not able to stay safely at home with their parents. For nearly 30 years, Lorraine County Children's Services, along with our other children's service agencies in the state, led by the state of Ohio, have proven the importance of kinship care as a less restrictive alternative to foster care. And I'm really glad to say that kinship care in Ohio was recently recognized as an evidence-based program and intervention. Kinship care is preferred by all involved, by the parents, by the kinship caregivers, but most importantly, by the children. In the few circumstances where children need to be cared for by somebody other than their own parents, grandparents and kinship families with the right assessment and supports are able to provide a safe home for children. Kinship care provides children with that very safe home living environment. It's less traumatic to children to be placed with family, and there is it allows for an ongoing connection between that child and their family. In addition to all those positive things, research has shown us The kinship care increases the timeliness to permanency for children. It decreases any chance of reabuse of a child. It decreases the likelihood that child will come into care again. And it decreases the number of days a child might spend out of home in a placement setting. We know that taking care of one's grandchildren or nieces or nephews is a really big ask. And we are grateful for the extended family members who are able to step forward and have done so. We know that protecting children is a team effort, and we are glad to say that our grandparents and kinship families are on our team. So I thank you again for recognizing September as Grandparent and Kinship Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Just, I know when I've been out in the community, I've had several conversations with individuals who, have indicated, like whatever, my sister had a drug issue, had 3 daughters, all of a sudden, I was a single individual, now I'm taking care of 3 kids, and, grandparents who will talk about the hardship they've gone through with, with their own children and then having to take over their grandchildren. That's really going a step above, because I think most folks, when they reach a certain stage in life, they're like, I've already been there, I've done that. They don't expect to get back into the parenting mode and the caregiver mode, I guess, if you will, to take care of the kids. But it's so important for them to step up, and so they can still be connected with family, while hopefully the member of the family can get on a better path and work through recovery and get their kids back. I would think that that's quite a strong motivator, that you want to be reunited with your children again. So hopefully that helps a lot of people to get back on the right path. But it wouldn't be possible without all the work that you do and for everybody who stepped up to do it. So thank you so much.
Could I say something?
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
State your name. Karen Brady. I have custody of my 2 grandchildren because my daughter died of fentanyl poisoning a year ago, and we are one of the 143. And it's the hardest thing in the world, and I'm so grateful that I had these people to help us through it. But I want to know, and I got to say this right away, where's the money to help them get treatment and sober living? Because if my daughter could have been forced to go to treatment and sober living and stayed, because she wasn't forced, she was asked. And they always talk about they have to hit rock bottom. Well, my rock bottom was she took something with fentanyl and she died. Rock bottom don't work, okay? I have another child that is a drug addict too, and she did not get help until she was forced to. And I really hope that people take a second look at making them, give these people some teeth to make these parents, young parents, and they're the 20s and the 30s, they're losing their lives before they can even have a start. And they don't choose to do drugs for fun. It starts with the Percocets or the whatever, and it turns into something that ends in death. And my saddest, I have these wonderful grandchildren, and they're beautiful. But my moment of truth was last week. My little grandbaby, she's 5, got to cheer at the little football game, and they introduced the little kindergartners as the class of 2035. Do you know how old I'll be when she graduates? I'll be 80. Okay, 80. I wish to God they could have made my daughter go to treatment right away, made her stay for 6 months, made her get sober, and help her get off of that. She wasn't on that long. I blame it on her baby daddy, who's a piece of crap, and I'm never going to get help from him. But I want you to know they need some more help with making these kids go to treatment, and I want to make those pharmaceutical companies pay for it all. We need more sober living. We need more treatment centers. We need ones that are 6 months long and lock them down. Please, please find out how we can do that, please.
Thanks for sharing that very personal story. And this is something we try to educate people about all the time, how very good people become addicted. And that's why it's a disease, because their brain lights up when they're exposed to certain drugs, and they become hooked and addicted. And I know that's the question that's always in the community is, can you actually force somebody into treatment? And the only way the treatment works is,
You have to.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I'm living it, man. I'm living it.
right,
And I want you to know that rock bottom crap is for the birds. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
well, we continue to work closely with our, our Mars board, and I know the community's been supportive of the Mars board to try to reach out and help people. There's a lot of good programs out there that are helping people, and some they're able to connect with and get through, and some they're not. But it's a very serious problem in this community. But thank you for stepping up to take care of the children. I'm so sorry about your losses and what you're going through. We have a proclamation. Would it be okay if we came down and took a picture with you guys? Is that okay?
No, they don't. Well, we get $400 a month too for each kid. It's, I know. Come on. Yep. Oh, my God. And then they.
I know, yeah. Go ahead. You guys are more important than I am, just.
You guys gotta scoot more that way. Just a little bit, yeah. Well, scoot in, because you guys are not on camera. Commissioner Moore, you're not on camera. Commissioner Lundy, you're not on camera either. Commissioner Lundy, scoot in. Okay, well, you see his nose, I guess. Oh, Dwight already left, huh?
Tell Kitty.
He's not living in Lakewood.
Oh, yeah.
That side's packed. There's nobody.
Is there anybody here? No, is there anybody here for the? how do
Oh,
you go-
yeah,
How do you go from that to the rain barrel contest?
Don and Jessica are here for that.
They are? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have a presentation. At the fair this year, we had the rain barrel contest, and I guess we're gonna select a winner, so. Oh, you guys have been assigned this duty, okay?
Let's do the drawing.
Is there only one?
There's only one.
There's only one document or one name in there?
More than one.
Oh, okay.
There's just one barrel to give away.
Okay.
You just don't have her name on it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Real quick, thank you very much, Board, for taking a little bit of time for the rain barrel drawing. We were out at the Lorraine County Fair. The weather couldn't have been better. Attendance was outstanding, and we actually ended up having the opportunity to engage with a wide variety of people across the county. A couple of things that I can tell you is, one, the work of the Stormwater District has been greatly appreciated where we've been able to get work done. Two, we've got a lot of work yet to do. but they've been very appreciative of having people to call, to talk to, and to get an understanding. The rain barrel drawing really is one of the ways we use to engage people. And it's also a way for us to allow someone to take a little bit of control over something as uncontrollable as the weather, and to provide a little bit of assistance to their community and get the benefit of some free water for pretty flowers. So with that, if one of you would be so kind to select the winner. And
Let
we'll
Dave
keep,
select the winner so that everybody else will be mad. No. That's why I don't pull those things at events, Dave, so just a little advice.
David Moore.
all right.
There you go.
Teresa Henderson, there's her phone number on there, I won't put that out there, so. That's the winner.
Thank you very much for that. And then-
Did you give us a brief explanation how the rain barrel concept actually works? Is it attached to like a downspout?
Yeah,
or
the rain barrel, actually, you attach it to anything that'll be collecting water. Typically, it's a downspout, and it's set up so that it will hold, well, it's a 55-barrel drum. It holds about 40 because you provide for an outflow. The kit that we give is basically built, and it has 2 attachments, so you have to cut your downspout, put the barrel underneath it. I recommend you put it on a concrete block to raise it up. And then it has a spigot on the bottom, so as it fills up, when you want to use the water, you turn on the spigot and you can hose. The higher it is, the better gravity will work for you to move the water. And what that's doing is it's removing a small amount of water from getting into our streams and rivers, and it's holding it back. And then you're putting it back onto the ground to allow for infiltration, which is better for all of us. And then in the winter, though, we do recommend you take it down so that it doesn't freeze and break, because we still have that. So it is a little bit labor intensive, but at the end of the day, it's a way to reduce your water bill. And the flowers and the vegetables prefer rainwater over our tap water any day.
Wow, that was an excellent explanation. You need to put that on Google or something, or YouTube. Okay.
We are on YouTube.
Okay.
As of right now, we're still not taxing people for that, so.
We
State
try
of
not
Ohio-
to.
No, well, some states do, so as of right now, there's no cost.
Yep. So, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Don.
And,
Appreciate it.
See you in a bit.
You bet.
Work, yeah.
Okay, we'll move on to resolutions.
Number 1, investments,
So move.
Second.
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 2, appropriations,
So move.
Second.
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 3, transfers,
So move.
Second.
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 4, there were no advances or repayments. Number 5, requisitions,
So move.
Second.
discussion.
Yeah, issues. Number 1583, it's like $161,000 that we're spending. I checked with another community. They had the same issues we did, but it only cost them about $60,000 to correct it. It basically needed some updates in their the AV stuff and some training, and that's all they did. I didn't know if you guys want to hold that. I talked to JR. He didn't. He just said he just saw the quotes. I'd like to have JR do some investigation. It was Amherst Township, I think.
1683, I'm not sure.
1583. 1583. So-
AV equipment for this room.
Yeah, because it's like, no, I just, the quick checking that I did, that's what I found out was, another company did it, it was, or another, I think it was Amherst Township did it, it was like $60,000 just to update and do training, and everybody was fine. That was on that one. And, let's see, in 1518, I'll be voting no on. So that was my, I don't know if you guys want to pull it or you guys want to move forward for another week, see what JR can find out.
Okay. Well, I guess just so everybody knows how I've tried to operate here, in fairness to everyone, is that if things are brought to the attention, I'd prefer earlier. If there's an issue with something that wants to be reviewed or studied further, you know, I'm always willing to give things another week to take a look at it and explore it a little bit more. So I don't necessarily have an issue with
Just
removing
hold
that. Was there another one that you were looking at? Or that was the only one?
Yeah, if you want to pull 1518, I'd be cool with that, but I don't think you two are going to do that. Even Jared's looking at me.
The 1583 on the room here, I'm fine because we've actually been talking about this for about a year. So, as we have Karen shaking her head, I've been hearing about this for quite some time, so. You guys want to wait a week? I guess we're waiting a
Well,
week.
Yeah, we can wait.
and get back to us, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It was
On the one.
1583,
The other one.
1583, just to clarify, that was the number.
1518 is,
Yeah. Yeah, 1583, okay. That would be,
I'm actually fine with 1583, just for the record, because we've been talking about this for quite some time.
okay. So I guess as a chair, in professional courtesy, I'll agree to, I guess, go along with the 1583 here so that we can take a look at it for another week.
So hold 1583, okay.
As far as 1518, I'm supportive of that, still moving forward, so
What number was that, Mr. President?
1518,
1518, those are dollars that are being expended from the real estate assessment fee, and one of its primary uses is for the fund is to defend values and appraisal work, so I will be supporting that.
yeah, that's actually in the auditor's account,
It comes from a state prescribed fee schedule.
okay. Did we clarify that enough for you, Madam Clerk?
I'm fine. Is there anything further from the
Yeah.
board?
Anything further? Any other adjustments? Okay, call the roll.
Okay, so we're going to hold on 1583, and Commissioner Moore is no on 1518. So Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes,
Commissioner Moore.
I with the noted exception.
Number 6, travel,
So move.
second?
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes,
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 7, bills,
So move.
second?
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes,
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 8, authorize various personal actions as indicated on the summary sheet for employees within jurisdiction of Lorraine County Commissioners. At the conclusion of today's board meeting, Commissioners may recess an executive session to discuss personnel, new hires, and board appointments. Number 9, approve and waive the reading of the Commissioners' meeting minutes of August 24th and 31st.
So move.
second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes,
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 10, approve an agreement with David Campana Insurance Limited, DBA Campana Insurance, to provide Section 125 benefits to Lorraine County employees effective until December 31st, 2023.
Move to table
I will second.
indefinitely. Move to table indefinitely.
I'll second. Were you going to say something, Dan?
I was just gonna explain that there are two motions to table.
Right.
One is the motion to table to a definite time, which I don't believe we have yet. That's intended for moving a motion to later in a longer meeting, usually a multi-day meeting, or a date certain in the future. I think the intent here, as I understand what the board wants to do, is to remove it from the agenda so that it can be reviewed, and then to bring it back up, I think primarily after I've had a chance to take a look at it with my commissioners. So in that circumstance, I believe the appropriate motion under Roberts is to move the table indefinitely, if that
Correct.
helps.
Because if we move the table, it automatically comes up the next meeting. Correct. So,
Thank you.
okay.
Anything further? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes,
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
11, approve a grant to various small businesses in Lorraine County adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic in the amount of $395,000 to be paid from the ARPA account.
move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Hung,
Yes,
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Present.
Job and Family Services, 12, authorized purchase service agreement with Lorraine County Children and Family First Council area in the amount of $118,914.55 for protective services for adults using Title 20 Social Service Block Grants for fiscal year 22, effective October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023, and this will be paid from Title 20 Social Service Block Grant funds.
So move.
second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes,
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
13, authorized subgrant agreement with Lorraine County Neighborhood Alliance, Lorraine, in the amount of $230,000 for shelter for domestic violence victims and domestic violence victim families in Lorraine County using TANF and Title 20 funds. This is effective October 1st, 22 through September 30th, 23, and will be paid from the Title 20 and TANF accounts.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
14, authorized subgrant with Lorraine County Safe Harbor, Lorraine, in the amount of $192,500 for shelter for domestic violence victims and domestic violence victims' families in Lorraine County using TANF and Title 20 funds. This is effective October 1st, 22 through September 30th, 23, and will be paid from Title 20 and TANF accounts.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 15, authorized purchase service agreement with Lutheran Metropolitan Ministries, Cleveland, in the amount of $50,244 for protective services for adults using Title 20 Social Service Block Grant Funds for federal fiscal year 23. This is effective October 1st, 22 through September 30th, 23, and will be paid from the Title 20 Social Service Block Grant Funds.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
16, authorized purchase service agreement with Lorraine County Public Health, Elyria, in the amount of $12,600 for protective services for adults using Title 20 Social Service Block Grant Funds for fiscal year 23. This is effective October 1st, 22 through September 30th, 23, and will be paid from Title 20 Social Service Block Grant Funds.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
17, authorized purchase service agreement with Fraternal Health Care Cleveland in the amount of $36,000 for protective services for adults using Title 20 Social Service Block Grant Funds for fiscal year 23. This is effective October 1st, 22 through September 30th, 23, and will be paid from Title 20 Social Service Block Grant Funds.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Under Sanitary, submitted application to Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District for inclusion within the District of Cern Unincorporated Territory of Lorraine County, located in Columbia Township. This is a Sixth Amendment Service Agreement 3162 for State Route 82 to ultimately tie 58 parcels totaling 297 acres into a new sanitary sewer currently under design.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Under Solid Waste, approving insurance policy and authorized payment of $11,179 to Robert Taylor Insurance Agency for coverage with Colonia Insurance Company for HHW Collection Center Insurance effective October 27, 22 through October 27, 23, and be paid from the insurance expenses account.
I move to postpone indefinitely.
I will second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Stormwater, 20, granting $6.5 million to Lorraine County Sanitary Engineer Stormwater Management Fund for various stormwater infrastructure projects in Lorraine County, Ohio, and paid from the ARPA account.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion.
Okay. Don, if you would come forward, I think this is some exciting projects we're going to be working on and much-needed projects.
Well, if you thought the rain barrel was exciting, you've not seen nothing yet.
Got the real excitement here, Don. We've been
So-
working on this one for a long time.
Yes, we have. Got a quick presentation, and then I'll go over real quick how project will go, or these projects will go. But first, what I wanted to do is kind of give you an idea of some of the impacts that we have when we just do a project. So these are projects that are already done. This one was finished last week on Darrow Road in Brownhelm Township. Got a call from a township trustee concerned that we had twin 36-inch culverts that were underwater, and we hadn't had rain for a couple of days. The pictures before, it's not great, but the culverts are actually under inches of water, and these are 36-inch culverts. What you see after, you can actually see bank. There's just a little bit of a trickle going on. We were able to send out letters to property owners, get Matt Arnold to do an investigation, write up a report, go out to bid, and then get a contractor out there to remove a beaver dam and do a little bit of extra work. A project like that actually improved over 20 acres of property that is prime development along Darrow and Gore Orphanage. Eliminated a lot of standing water and a lot of health issues that could occur with mosquitoes with the amount of water that was just standing. Next up is actually a project, a ditch project. Whoop, I went one too far. This is the Banton House, or the Quarry Road lateral. Was done by Ditch Petition. As you can see, prior to the project, a lot of water on top and standing. It was a failed tile. The farm field across the street was actually typically underwater after every storm event. We came in, installed the ditch, and now you can see, again, you just have a little bit of a trickle of water. The property is draining. We're restoring now agricultural production, which will be good for the local economy, our landowners, and eventually the tax base. Again, I want to always emphasize, when I look at stormwater, it's not just moving water. It's about improving the productivity, and it's about having economic impact to our community. And then this last one is Batten House Lateral, and this is actually after the project and was after a substantial rain in Elyria. And this is one where you can actually see.
That house ditch lateral number 2 after a 3-inch rain overnight about 12 hours ago. There's the airport. They measured more than 3 inches of rain. There's the side branch ditch. There's the lateral headed out all brick road.
So, and when you were out at the ditch viewing, you remember that ditch being full of water and just sitting there? That's after a 3-inch rain the night before. And we're able to move the water, and there was no flooding downstream either. So it's not like we're relocating the problem to someone else's basement. We're actually addressing the problem and, again, improving the quality of life of the people.
That backyard is pretty saturated, so when we visit it, so now it looks like it's pretty dry. It doesn't look like it's even getting any water.
Huh. Oh, there we go.
Operator error.
Special effects, no extra charge.
Well,
So,
stormwater management is exciting.
so with the $6.5 million, I want to just give you a couple of highlights. You see what we're capable of doing. But currently, with that $6.5 million, we've identified projects in 16 of 18 townships. So this money will be having an impact across the county. We're looking at over 30 square miles, which I guess doesn't sound as impressive as I thought. But we can convert that to, we're going to improve more than 19,200 acres of land are going to have improved drainage if all of these projects come to fruition as we anticipate. The total projects, that $6.5 million is going to leverage at least another $6.5 million. So you're looking at $13 million worth of work going in across our county. We're going to be collaborating with cities and villages as well. We're going to basically take 10 plus years of projects and we're going to cram it into about a 2-year time frame. We are greatly accelerating the ability of this district and of this county to manage its stormwater, to improve its drainage, and get out in front of where we need to be to accommodate the growth that we've been having and to allow it to continue to occur in the future and be prepared. When we look at projects and how they're selected, we're looking at the total impact, the area, the acres that it will be improved, the development potential, where we've got development coming in or where we foresee sewers coming, which will bring development. We want to make sure our stormwater infrastructure is in place so that we can make sure that that land can be developed to its highest and best potential. Addressing existing problems where we know we have issues, where the phone rings every time it rains. And then improving access. We have a lot of ditches out there already that were done 30, 40, 50 years ago, and the access has changed. It's not as easy for us to get there. So if we can improve the access, we're improving previous investments made and then expanding upon them and making sure they get to the outlet. And then, of course, leveraging other resources and dollars. So this is how we've been looking at these projects. This is how we've been selecting them and identifying them, and we've been doing it in partnership with our townships. They've brought projects to us. They've given given us the application. We go out and we investigate and we work with them. And now we're putting them through, we're in various stages of aerial photography, surveying, engineering. We've got a couple ready to go out for bid. Requisitions will be coming down for one in Brighton Township. Small little project that's a high priority for them on Rolfe Road. So we are across the county, we're working hard, and you're going to see some big dividends, I believe, off of this investment in us. So I want to thank each and every one of you for the confidence you've put in us. I think it's well placed. I think we can demonstrate that. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
No, I just want to thank you and your department for, a thorough review, because just because a project is submitted may not mean that it's one that's warranted at the time, maybe warranted at a certain period of time. But I know you try to prioritize these so that they have the greatest impact possible, and so that they can get up and running as soon as possible as well, too.
Well, thank you very
No, I
much.
appreciate it, because it's all about partnerships.
Right.
This
Yeah.
is one of the few projects that I think that our ARPA funds should have been used for, which I'm glad. You're taking $6.5 million of pretty much federal dollars and turning that into 13 million, which is, and you're taking 10 years of work and cramming that into 2 years. That's huge. And
Yeah, well,
that's what I'm probably going to be the proudest for your department is that. That's not an easy undertaking, so I do appreciate the work your team's doing.
we are, I would say, confidently nervous in getting all this done.
Well, it's better than coming up here and asking for more money because you don't have it, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah. And I hope we do better than that 13 million in leveraging. We've got more plans to use this to go after more, but I feel very confident in that $13 million, and we're not going to slow it down.
Right, I like that. That's,
Yeah, I think it's important to point out that these projects are going to impact, at least according to what I can see here, it looks like these projects will impact about 18 governmental entities, townships, villages, city of North Ridgeville included in there. It's been an ongoing struggle with, flooded farming fields. This will help the farmers, homes getting flooded, their properties being flooded. This will help the homeowner. And road flooding, which is obviously a concern anytime we need to reach families in the event of an emergencies. But doing this in partnership with our townships and our villages is extremely critical, and this is quite an aggressive schedule, but I'm confident we'll get it done. And as we've seen from earlier projects, we are producing results. The results are there, and we're making life better for the farmer, the homeowner, and for the driver on the road, and for our sheriff's department to be able to get to those homes, not have to deal with flooded streets, flooded roads. So, but yeah, thank you for all your work on this.
My pleasure.
Don, I'd like to thank you and thank the entire staff up there for all of their hard work on this. Do you want to mention everybody's name?
Yes, Linicus is our maintenance and outreach manager. We have Matt Arnold, who is our inspection, and he's got another fun title. Everyone wears multiple hats, and I apologize, Matt, for forgetting the second half of your title. Jessica Hazalski, who actually is the one who keeps me, I got to come up with a better term, but on the ball. And then also all the other staff up in community development. But Teresa, Lord knows we've had more than one or two conversations. Dan, the board, all the people at the county engineer's office and out at the garage who are maintaining ditches. It's not easy. It's not always, especially on the maintenance side, you don't always feel that you're being appreciated. But when you get it done and that ditch is functioning, it's the silence that is actually nice when that phone doesn't ring. And that I think we need to every once in a while remember. It's the fact that people don't need us during a rainstorm. That's when you know you did your job.
Yeah, and, something like this certainly it's evidence of the collaborative effort that you all working together make to get these projects done. I see in your email here, that you've looked at, about 70 projects.
Yes.
And then these are the ones that are recommended at the time. That doesn't mean that everybody else is just out. They're still on your list, and you're still doing your process. And I want to remind everybody with the ARPA dollars, these are rescue plan dollars that are being used here. You're aggressive with your 2 years, but appropriated by the end of 2024 and expended by the end of 2026, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Okay. Okay, so this is aggressive, but we
Yep.
think you can do this done. And if you get them all done in time and there's a little bit of money's left, come back to us and let us know what else may be on your list.
I'll
They'll call
look
you
forward to
Stormwater
that.
Santa.
Thank you. I might hold you to that.
Thank you, Don. Great
You're-
work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes,
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Under the auditor, dispose of unneeded, obsolete, or unfit property in accordance with the Ohio Revised Code 307.12D. 15 monitors be donated to Lorraine County Veteran Services Commission, and 14 PCs donated to Lorraine County Township Association.
So move.
second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
yes,
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Under the engineer, receive and journalize petition from Brian S. and Barbara R. Carlton to vacate existing right-of-ways on Park Place Drive and Boardwalk Avenue located in original lot 57 within Garden of Eden allotment number 1, Eden Township. The view will be Tuesday, October 11th at 9:30, and hearing will be Tuesday, November 1st at 9:30. Yep.
So move.
second,
Got a debate in your head. didn't you?
Well, it was just like November 1st already. I couldn't do that, Anything further? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
yes,
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Approve and enter a subdivider agreement with MLM Development LLC, Columbia Township, Ohio, for Baker Creek Estates subdivision number 3. All documents have been submitted, and subdivider agrees to bear all costs and expenses of the improvements contemplated by the subdivider agreement and to pay all plan review, inspection, and testing fees.
So move.
second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
yes,
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Approve and enter an agreement with GeoSci Inc. in the amount of $90,000 for ongoing engineering inspection and materials testing fees necessary to construct the Baker Creek Estates subdivision number 3, Columbia Township. This will be paid from the MVGT account and reimbursed by the subdivider.
So move.
second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
yes,
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Under the Health District 25, authorized payment to Lorraine County Public Health in the amount of $100,000 for all county residents to receive the flu shot at no cost for the flu season 22-23 and will be paid from the ARPA account.
So move.
second,
Discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to call up Mark Adams, Health Department Director. Looks like you got a member of your team with you today.
I did. I brought, good morning, Commissioners. I brought Jasmine Montanez. She's our, one of our newest employees, our Health Equity Coordinator. And both of these pieces, which you have under consideration, and I humbly appreciate you thinking about it, is both of them are an equity piece. But when if it was to describe flu, with flu, most people are able to go to their primary care physician or go to a pharmacy and be able to get their flu shot. In this respect, the health department handles the folks that are in underserved areas. So we take that, the flu vaccine on the road for the most part, or we're able to also get to elderly as well down at the fairgrounds. So we do take that. We travel around through the entire county taking flu. Just the vaccine itself it costs over $100,000 to be able to do that, and that's why I made the request, and I appreciate considering that. And just with some of the facts around flu, and I know that a lot of the talk the last couple of years is, hey, we really didn't have a lot of cases in flu. One of the problems is we stopped testing for flu when we started having COVID. We just stopped testing, and so a lot of the hospitals and a lot of doctors stopped doing that, and really just kind of were focusing on the COVID piece. So flu is still out there. Flu, when you look at how many people per year in just the United States would get flu, it is around 30 million people. About 200,000 of those folks will end up in a hospital, and about 38 to 40,000, depending on if they had other conditions, will die of flu each year, and this is just in the United States. So it's when it looks at what's the economic impact, about 111 million lost work days and 7 billion in lost productivity. and that's just the flu piece, not the cold or anything else. So just flu. So that's the importance of still doing it, still getting the flu shot. The health department usually waits a little bit later, but this year we're going to start earlier. CDC changed their recommendations, and for us, we're just going to start moving into that mode where we don't wait until November anymore. We're starting to do it in October. And our season will be 8 months long. So we'll go until June, until the vaccine runs out, until we start talking about the flu season next year. So we'll be doing it not only at the department, but also throughout the entire county. We already have 10 clinics, and we also catch city and county employees as well. We take it to those locations to expedite being able to get the vaccine. On the second piece would be with the walking trail itself. And two things, when Don was up here talking and he was talking about the mosquito piece, so it sort of ties in. When it comes, he mentioned the public health piece, and just as a side note, mosquitoes cause worldwide about 700,000 deaths per year, arthropod-borne disease. The reason we don't have that happening in the United States is because of our public infrastructure. The public health piece, the soil conservation piece, the water conservation piece. This country thinks about those things differently. That's why we don't have the disease spread by mosquitoes that happens in other countries. So that is an extremely important piece. Removing the water, getting the water out of there is extremely important because it does reduce those mosquitoes. Getting to that walking trail part, if you have that standing water, you can't really enjoy the walking trails, but walking trails go on more than that. They have a meaning that's larger than that. I share a personal story. My mother-in-law fell. It was about a month ago, right in front of me. She's 76. She was I was working on her car and, trying to. And she was 3 steps up and she did nothing but lose strength and landed right on her head. I watched the whole thing happen. I was about 8 feet away. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't get there fast enough. And what she doesn't have the ability to do, and she's not in Lorraine, she lives in another county, but like so many neighborhoods, there's not a walking path or anywhere for her to be able to go and be able to get strength building. Because if you don't drive, you don't drive. There's no way to get there, and for her to get there, she'd have to walk on the roads. Walking trails, as the more that we put in, the more that it has the ability to help curtail those health issues, especially with our elderly. When it comes to the mental health piece, there's a direct tie-in with exercise and feeling better about yourself and reducing mental health disease. Diabetes, certain cancer risks, heart disease. Heart disease and cancer, the #1 and #2 killer, not only in Lorraine, but in the state and in the United States. Walking trails have the ability to, with cancer, reducing some types of cancer because you're getting up, you're moving, and with heart disease, getting the heart pumping, 30 minutes of exercise, whatever you can do to get to that. Now, with the community health assessment that we're coming out with next Friday and talking about, that we're doing the presentation on, there are no health indicators that we've actually gotten better on in Lorraine County. Diabetes has gotten worse. Now, we may not be dying at the same rate of diabetes, but we have more people now and younger people. When we got heart disease, we now have younger people with heart disease. When it comes to suicides and drug use, for the last 10 years in a row, more overdoses. And we've talked about that in other meetings as well. And when it comes to the suicide piece, since '99, we have never had a dip in that, a sustainable dip in suicide. That continues to increase as well among all races. So the more that we're able to connect, get outside, move around, the county commissioners have the same as every other organization in this county have, even if this would never go through, I've seen the commitment that each of you have had to everything that deals with public health as well. And I appreciate that. So even if this is something that wouldn't go through, I just want to tell you, I appreciate all of the other things that have been done as well, because I see that in each of you. So I appreciate that piece. But the reason I wanted to bring Jasmine up is that one of the things that I want to make sure is that a lot of things and a lot of people that come here and connect with the commissioners, that I try to be at each meeting, because then I take it back to public health and I say, hey, we should, this is what's happening, and we need to be aware and cognizant of what's happening. And just in case I can't be here, or I plan to have Jasmine with each time, so that we can talk and say, okay, what else is happening out there in the county? What conversation do we need to be a part of? Let's make a phone call. And so that's our commitment, is to be here as often as we can, so that, because you're that connection piece to everybody else in the county as well. And that's Jasmine or I is going to be doing that. So, and I appreciate your time and the consideration for it, each of you, very much. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you.
Yeah, we had a meeting yesterday,
Yes, sir.
and it was in regards to Don's department, when they find failed septics.
Yes, sir.
So what I'd like to do is, he's gonna reach out to you, and if you can identify somebody within your organization that could be a point of contact, I would deeply appreciate that.
Oh, actually, I talked with Don this morning.
Oh, you already had
And-
that? Look at
and-
Don's smiling ear
and
to
so-
ear right now.
and so this
You don't
is-
see him smile like this.
And this is, and you're absolutely correct, because what I did is I went back and I talked to the supervisor and I said, all right, tell me this process. I mean, this is the first that I know of this process or communication between these two departments. And he's telling me what we do, and I said, I'm telling you though, the conversation I had with Don has a different idea of what they think we do or what they even know what we do. I said, that means we're not part of the conversation. Are we going to these meetings? And I could tell from the look, and I said, anybody that talks about, if it's a meeting in this county that talks about soil, water, or anything to do with public health, mental health, we should be in the room at the same time. And I said, certainly if the commissioners are in the room, we need to be talking at the same time. We need to be in there and be part of the conversation, or else it just becomes assumptions. So the person's been identified. They're probably have already reached out. I'm not sure if Scott called you. Okay. Oh, yeah, because I left and came right down here. But
You wanted
Scott,
$6.5 million today, so.
yeah, that's right. You were in here before I got here with his rosary and everything. But yeah, it was. It's going to be Scott Posna. He's one of the supervisors. He gets exactly what I was talking about. I said there's a lot of, because I was at the Farm Bureau meeting as well on Saturday, and I said, you know, I think those are important, and we should be in every single one of those, because we just make an. We can't just mind meld with somebody and say, this is what public health does. You may have something that you want done and we can do, but we can only get that if we're in the room, and we need to be part of that conversation.
Well, that's so huge, because that's how simplistic
It
it
is.
is, just being part of the.
If we were in that room, it would have been resolved. We'd been
Well,
like,
it's
oh,
the
okay, we're
beginning
doing
of- I
that.
think it'd be the beginning of getting it resolved, I hope.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
I just wanted to point out, as we're looking at this item that we're going to be voting on, with $100,000 from Rescue Act to help with providing free flu shots, the health department itself is actually putting, what, $146,000?
Yes, sir. It depends on, so our costs will go anywhere from 110 to 146. It depends on the season itself. So if it starts to become a bad season, then we'll end up doing more clinics. So the travel clinic is an expensive piece. It'll cost anywhere from $22 to about $40 per vaccine at that point when it comes to taking the vaccine out. So the minimum would be 110, but it would probably about 138, somewhere around 140.
Okay. And I don't want to complicate things,
Yes,
but
sir.
I know this is a question I'm being asked in the community, and I think it probably came up on our community protection team. Probably a good time to educate the public on how you are going to be handling, I guess, this latest booster, and whether some of that's going to be done in conjunction with the flu shot, or whether it will be done separately.
Yes, sir. So we're doing both types. So that planning piece we're doing every day right now with the booster shot. We're also gauging need, and then, so the phone calls come in, and that's how we use that data to tell us, okay, where do we need to take it? So we do have clinics that are planned that are going to be those booster clinics. We have those clinics that are planned that are going to be flu clinics. And right now we're gauging, we're kind of waiting to see, are they going to do, we don't think it's going to be a combined vaccine. But one thing that we did see last year with doing combined flu and COVID clinics is that actually caused a little bit more confusion with folks than, because you'd think if you're just doing clinic and it's all, but with just flu, there are 7 different types of flu vaccine. So it depends, the vaccine itself depends on age. So if you're an older individual, you actually get a different type of flu shot that's got a little bit more boost or kick to it. The child vaccines are different. Then you have the nasal mist vaccine. So there's, you take not only 7 flu vaccines with you, but we did do combined clinics last year, and the feedback was a little bit, when it came to doing lines and things like that, became a little bit more confusing. So we're trying to retool those to make sure that if we do hold the combined clinics, that the education piece is more clear, and that we try to find a place or places that have the ability to segregate out, so that there's not just this line and then you're trying to pick what you want. But we are absolutely, we work on that. We have our incident command meetings, not every day, but they're once a week or twice a week.
What's the timeline that you're projecting as far as the flu shots being rolled out?
We start October 17th.
Okay,
So we are, so we did it, we're doing it 2 weeks earlier than before. Next year, we'll do it even earlier. And we're starting at a health fair, and that's where our kickoff is going to be over that weekend. And then our clinics themselves will start at, not only at the health department, but our traveling clinics will start that day as well.
and what are what's the outlook, I guess, for the flu season? We always get an outlook as to whether they think it's going to be moderate, severe, or,
I've not seen if they felt that it's moderate, severe.
Okay.
I mean, severe. So we're, usually if you waited until November to start doing
get
it,
a
you
better
kind of
feel.
saw it was happening in September, October. But this time, because they're not getting a good read because of testing in other countries as well, there's been nothing or feedback that I've seen that says it's going to be horrible or moderate. So it's, that's why the range of how many people get ill, I use the middle number, but it could be anywhere from 9 million to 100 million people. So when those that get ill and those that end up in the hospital and those that, well, deaths are right on, but because it just depends on the severity of the season.
That is based on what you and I experienced. I don't see this being a 10-month issue. You know, I see
Yes,
this
sir.
being an annual,
Yeah, yes, sir.
not just 12 months out of the year. So,
Yes, sir.
no, but you know, you had some very big shoes to fill, and I think you filled it. And I think you've exceeded.
Thank you, sir.
I want to appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
I have no doubt into the great work you guys are doing out there.
I appreciate that,
Just hear
sir.
what I heard today with the conversations that you were on it and what you're talking about, bringing people in and being part of the conversation. That's something I feel is simplistic, but people don't get that. That is huge.
It
by being
is.
a part, because it just, it gets things done,
I-
you know, and I appreciate what you said.
I thank you. I thank you very much, sir. It means a lot.
yeah, we want to welcome Jasmine to the Lorraine County Public Health Department. You're thinking, oh boy, I didn't expect to get dragged up here to the podium, right?
Oh, no, I told her. I said, you're
Right
coming.
before she came up, right?
Yeah, that's why I started getting up and moving.
Well, this is a whole new world then.
Yes.
Okay, she
welcome.
didn't get that. I'm a Disney guy. So. Okay, good. Disney. Okay, Jasmine, I was trying to do a little. You know.
Jasmine like the princess.
I know. That's why I said this is a whole new world. See?
Oh,
Okay, good.
I just got that.
And I do appreciate and value everything you do for us, Mark. Whenever I call, you always pick up the phone, and I've seen you on the news a few times. Representing Lorraine County, so I give you the text. Good job on that. So you do an excellent job representing Lorraine County, so thank you for all you do.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, any other? I think we're good. Thank you for the update. Welcome, Jasmine.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
26, approve a grant in the amount of $90,000 Lorraine County Public Health for a trail connector from Murray Ridge School, Health Department, and Sheriff's Office to Main Trail along Ridge Road in order to keep our residents healthy and get back outside the walking trails and an outlet for those seeking to have some normalcy, and paid from the ARPA account.
So move.
Second,
Discussion.
actually, Mr. Adams, you ran off on us, but this grant started, Mr. Covell applied for this. Can you give just a little bit of history on how that started and where we are today?
So this started as part of a capital fund project that did start about 2 years ago, bringing in about $3.1 million in various projects in the county. And so this is one of those projects. It's about a $600,000 cost. The state is picking up the lion's share of that piece. And the county commissioners, if they approve, would be about $90,000, and the health department is picking up the rest of the cash and the project management piece of that as well. So it could be. Go ahead.
According to your notes, so you've secured about $485,000 so far.
Yes, ma'am. That's what the state is going to approve in doing that, and so they're not adjusting it for the cost of materials and supplies. So it is about a 2-year-old estimate. So with that, we're kind of guessing on what those supplies would be. We've talked with Jim about it at Metro Parks, but I was able to budget for whatever that cost is because the project has gone on for a little bit of time. So it's the issue would be, one of the other issues was deciding on which plan is one of the reasons why it's taken so long. There are 4 different options, and where does this go to and go through? And what is going to end up happening is eventually, what we'd like to do, and the importance of this trail itself is tying in that piece down Infirmary Road eventually as well. and then tying right into the park entrance that's there just down the road. So once we do that, that ends up creating that connection piece, and people will be able to park in the park. There's no parking there where they can get on that trail connector right off of Albrecht. And what they'll be able to do is park in the health department and walk right behind, get on the trail just behind Murray Ridge School, and then be able to access the trail. So we're going to use an existing bridge that's at the rear of the property and be able to do easements across County, Murray Ridge, and then the church that's also on there. So we looked at different options, but this would be the better one. It does not create the cost of having to build a bridge, which would have been pretty expensive. So we're going to use the existing land bridge that's down there.
Okay, very good.
Will there be a ribbon cutting, and are you going to make the commissioners walk it?
Oh, we're gonna, yeah, oh, yeah. That's when I was talking about the commitment to the exit, that's actually what I was kind of getting to. So, it's, absolutely.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Good project.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Under Sheriff, amend the current contract with Canteen Services, Inc. for inmate food service at the jail. Said amendment is to increase the meal service to 29 cents and paid from contract services account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
28, receive and file annual report in accordance with the Ohio Revised Code 311.16 submitted by the Sheriff's Office of all fines and costs collected by the Sheriff's Office for the year preceding September 6th in the amount of $243,485.97.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
29, authorized purchases of 8 vehicles and vehicle equipment outfit for Lorraine County Sheriff's Office in the amount of $513,992.16 paid from the capitalized vehicles and equipment account.
So move.
Second?
Okay, have a couple gentlemen here this morning. Captain's going to come up?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, Captain.
Morning, Commissioners. I also have Vehicle Maintenance Coordinator Grant Coben-Nelson with me this morning, as we normally do when it's time for the vehicles to be requested.
Hi, Grant. Welcome. Morning. Do we have another, or no?
That was Mr. Lobenthal. I think he was for the food service.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, for the
All
food
right.
service? Okay, you're good then.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
Okay,
Thanks for your
now I know
help.
who it is. I wasn't connecting the name with the face there. Okay.
It's all
yeah,
yours if
yeah,
you wanna-
all yours, Captain Ashdown. We've got questions.
Okay, well, I guess with COVID and fires at microchip factories and things like that, I think everybody realizes that purchasing a car or any other good has become extremely difficult nowadays. It's been made even harder for law enforcement for several factors. One, their production dates for vehicles no longer line up with state contracts. And they've started to limit the number of police vehicles that they are going to produce. Not a whole lot of additional revenue when they're doing these police vehicles. So, we put together our proposal like we usually do, and I think when we presented to you, we showed that we currently are in need of and recommending for 9 cars. We're only asking for 8 this year because costs have gone up. Vehicles have gone up about $9,300. The equipment that goes in the cars jumped from about $10,000 to just over $12,000 that goes into each vehicle. So we understand that, we take that into account. Perfect example of some of these supply chain issues is our current contract for the 2022 vehicles expires in October of this year. If you remember back in February, we asked for those vehicles and they were approved. Our last vehicle was just delivered Monday, and we are still a month out from the upfitter being able to make it on site to finish the install of all the equipment. If we would have waited until April or May like we normally do, we would not have gotten any cars this year. That is the case here this year. We're actually here asking for 2023 cars because we found out in August that the order bank with Ford, Chevy, and everybody else had opened. When we talked to our Chevy counterpart to get a comparable quote, because we knew we weren't going to have a contract, we were basically told, here's the pricing, but the order bank's full. In fact, they had half of their order for 22 canceled and rolled over into 23. So anybody that was trying to order a car now is on a wait list with no real anticipation of receiving one. With that in mind, we were able to put in a request and hold after we did 3 comparable bids for police vehicles, 2 being Ford upfitters in the state, 1 being a Chevy upfitter in the state. That lowest bid was able to put 8 vehicles on hold for us as just on letter of intent, understanding the problem with state contracts and the things that we have to go through in that process. When we placed that order for hold, we were car number 196 through 203. They said we had till about October 1st to lock those cars in. Just got an email yesterday, the order bank as of yesterday was closed, so if we did not have those vehicles on hold, we wouldn't get any.
But
So
you
that's
had them
kind
on hold.
of, so that's kind of where we're at. It's why we've had to change the way we do things. The contract for the 2023 cars, we still don't know when that will come out. If you remember when we did cars earlier this year, that 2022 contract that would normally come out in October, we didn't actually have it until I think almost February to be able to move forward on anything. That seems to be the trend of the way things are going to move forward with the auto producers and state contract. We're always going to be a year behind on the state contract, so we're starting to already look at our fleet needs, and it's kind of helped with the competitive bidding between dealerships that are doing upfit, and they've done a very good job this year with being able to know the anticipated increase from the manufacturer on price to give us a quote that is very close to state bid while still trying to be marketable and win those quotes.
Captain Ashdown, so, and one of the questions I was gonna ask, but I think you answered it for me in your presentation, just so the public knows, and this was something, we talked about last year when you were in here, was getting the cars equipped, because in the past, you would order the cars and they would get here, and then we would have that lag time between when they can be equipped and outfitted with everything you need, because you would then have to come back to the board to get that approved. So you've got everything all in here per car, correct?
Correct.
And that was that, did you say 10 to 12,000 number?
This year's about $12,000.
And that's like your MDTs and your antennas and your badging and all of those things, right?
Yep, all the electronics. The one thing that was not able to be quoted right now is our modems in the cars, which gives vehicle location back to 911 in our CAD software. And the reason for that is we're actually working with multiple vendors to consolidate that project and actually use a cheaper electronic to achieve that goal. So we're hoping to save some money in the long run.
Not cheaper, it's lower priced.
Sure. But to hopefully cut the cost of those vehicles in that aspect.
Okay.
Some of the other things that we've been doing when it comes to that is Corsa, our risk management and insurance, has been a huge partner. We came to find out that anytime you have a new vehicle and it has a rear view camera, we get $300 reimbursed back to us. So we just put in that reimbursement for these 10 vehicles that came in this week. So we look very closely at wherever we can get money back or cut those costs. We do that every year.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate that you do that, and just let us know when they're ready and badged and outfitted so we can come by and take a peek.
Yep, fingers crossed, second week of October.
Yeah, I know that we've had several conversations about this. I know Mr. Petticourt's received several phone calls from me about it, so, and, yeah, I know, and I want to thank our Assistant County Prosecutor for working closely with you to walk through this whole process. This is a real This is a real serious issue, folks, for not just for this county, but counties across the country, police departments across the county. There's a serious issue here with trying to get your fleet updating, get the new vehicles in. And, so we, after legal review, taking a path that works to make this possible. And because there are certainly a number of blockades to getting there, and it's important that we get in the queue and that we actually get these vehicles when we can. Otherwise, we'd probably be waiting, 18 months or a year or greater for things to come in. So,
If I could.
sure.
Because that's the point. My comfort level when Captain Ashton and I talked is exactly that. We don't know how long we have to wait. And if the sheriff can't put vehicles on the streets, then we have a significant problem.
Yeah.
And
And
we had a
that's,
deadline, or we knew it might be a little different from my perspective, but we don't know. I just thought that was important to put in. I didn't
sure.
realize, but yeah.
yeah, and that's part of what this email confirmed yesterday is basically if you're not in the order queue right now, 2024 will be open in a year.
Yeah. And we just can't, reasonably, we can't rely on that.
And I just think it's so critical that we make sure our deputies are in the safest vehicles possible. Sometimes when I see vehicles in my travels in other communities, I think, wow, somebody has to hop in that car every day. But we want to make sure you have the safest vehicles possible. It's important that we keep everything updated. But the reality is the vehicle costs are going up, the equipment costs are going up, and this is an ongoing commitment that we have to, make as a board here to make sure we have the latest updated fleet out there. I see that we're looking at, these are Ford Explorer utility vehicles, always like Ford.
Correct.
Here in Lorraine County, so that's a good thing. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Thank you for all your work. Thank you, Grant, for being here today. Okay.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes,
Commissioner Moore.
Okay, and we're now going to move into public comment. Melissa's here. Melissa Timko with Connect to a Cause, representing the Community Foundation of Lorraine County. And she's brought T-shirts, oh my.
I don't know if you're able to accept T-shirts or not, but we brought those for you or for your staff, if you'd like as well. So, good morning. I am part of the team from the Community Foundation of Lorraine County that is working diligently on this year's Connect to a Cause crowdfunding event. It's in its third year and is the only crowdfunding event that provides immediate funding for nonprofit organizations here in Lorraine County, but also enables them to build for their futures using their endowment funds. Last year and the year prior together has raised over $500,000 for nonprofit organizations here in Lorraine County, serving people here in Lorraine County. Many local businesses have also come together to support to Connect to a Cause. Thanks to their generous donations, a match fund has been created, allowing these organizations to receive bonus dollars that is prorated based upon the amount that they fundraise. So please join us tomorrow, September 15th, between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. as members of our community come together to support 74 organizations that are participating in this year's Connect to a Cause. There's a variety of interest areas, including the arts, history, education, youth, social services, economic development, hunger, health, and more. Everyone is encouraged to donate. The minimum donation is $5, and you can select one or all 74. We do have some donors that make small donations to all 74 organizations. Again, that's tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and you can go to peoplewhocare.org to donate. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
So this is something that, because I'm sure you've got all kinds of different accounts set up and things like that, and so folks can choose something that maybe matches with their interest in the community. And
Yes.
And I guess you also have programs where you can make, like a regular monthly contribution,
You can.
certain amounts, whatever.
Sure, you can do that. That would be something separate than Connect to a Cause. Really, Connect to Cause is just coming together and just an influx of fundraising for organizations here in the county. But we do have donors who make donations every month to their organization of their choice to go into their endowment fund so that they can build for the future.
Okay, very good. Any other questions?
All right. Thank you so much for your
Thanks for
support.
waiting.
We
you.
appreciate it. I'll leave these here for you. You guys can, okay.
Okay. Seeing no other individuals signed up for public comment, we'll then move on to updates from the administrator, J.R. White.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just a couple quick announcements. The Best of Lorraine County, put on by Pulse Magazine, is tomorrow night. We have a booth there, an informational booth for the county set up with Solid Waste Management District, Lorraine County Port Authority, and Community Development. So stop on by if you're out that way and see us, say hi, pick up some information about the programs in the county. Secondly and finally, want to congratulate JFS, Job and Family Services Director Barb Tamas. She was awarded one of only 3 scholarships to attend the County Welfare Directors Association in San Diego, California. They're paying the full expense. Lots of good professional opportunities for growth there. And congratulations on her for seeking and obtaining that scholarship. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Assistant County Prosecutor, Dan Petticourt.
I have no report, Commissioner, but if the board chooses to go into executive session, in addition to the reasons set forth by the clerk earlier, we can discuss the potential purchase or sale of public property, and there is a piece of ongoing litigation that I can update the board on if they choose.
Okay. Yeah, I think both those items will be needed. Okay, Commissioner reports. Commissioner Moore?
Yeah, it seems like high school football is on.
It's definitely on.
Might have to do something about Amherst and Avon Lake, sir. We'll talk
Oh,
about that.
boy, okay. I just sit through the Avon Lake game.
Yeah.
That was painful enough.
Yeah. Not like sitting here, is it?
Avon's got a college team that they're dressing, I think,
Oh,
every week.
Avon is? Yeah, I think so.
Pretty tough.
So that's happening. Yesterday was September 13th, and I got a text from my father's first cousin. Him and I go back and forth quite a bit because we're on opposite sides politically, so we have fun being abusive to each other. But we do have, we're very into family tree stuff. And yesterday in 1922 is when my family came to this country for the 3rd time. They were Polish, and what was wild is I didn't even know it was our 100th anniversary that they came to this country. It was John Sr. and Antoinette with their kids. Now my grandmother's in the photo. They actually was the immigration and naturalization papers all were stamped yesterday, so that's kind of cool. They even has a ship that they came over on. But what's amazing is I remember as a child, by me I was 8 or 9. And she very broken Polish and speaking broken English, I should say. And as a child, you hear these stories about men being lined up and machine gunned down in their ditches. And I'm just very fortunate that they came back to America. I had a great-grandfather that kept coming to Hamtramck, Michigan. That was like the settlement for Poland, or for the Polish people. And couldn't get a job, he'd go back, come back, go back. And so a lot of my great uncles learned how to walk on the ships. So I thought I'd do a little shout out to the family there. On my mom's side, we were pretty much settlements that came in through Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan and settled that area. So don't want to leave my mother out of this. So out of the 44 people that watch, one of them is my parents. So I thought I'd do a shout out for them. And but it was kind of interesting. You think about it, 100 years ago seems like a long time, but then you think back, you think, wow, I knew these people. This, one was my grandmother, but my great-grandmother, to hear those stories firsthand and to see what's really going on in Europe today makes you wonder why things just don't change, you know? We do live in a great country, do we not? That's it.
That's always cool when you research your family history, the things that you
Oh,
find out.
things you find out and some things you don't, you wish you wouldn't have found out, but it's still interesting. History's an interesting thing.
I always
that's for
tell
sure.
people, I think it's really important to have conversations with, especially the older members of your family while they're still living.
Yep.
Because then you get bits and pieces of the information after they pass, and you wish you were actually confirming the information, wish you had more, so you could tell more about your family.
Yeah.
But that's always very cool. Well, that's great. Commissioner Hung.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a minute, you know, we do many proclamations here. We recognize, you know, our police force and our safety forces and many proclamations here, but it's September 11th passed, we saw a lot of Facebook posts, and just wanted to read one of them to remind everybody today that we remember and we never forget. On this night, 21 years ago, 246 people went to sleep in preparation for their morning flights. 2,606 people went to sleep in preparation for work in the morning. 343 firefighters went to sleep in preparation for their morning shift. 60 police officers went to sleep in preparation for their morning patrol. 8 paramedics went to sleep in preparation for the morning shift of saving lives. None of them saw past 10 a.m. September 11, 2001. So I just wanted to just take a moment and remember them today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes. Yeah, 9/11, regardless how many years later you see the, you know, the images and hear the stories, it still has a big impact. And I think we all know where we were on that day. And, you know, thank God we haven't had anything repeated since that. I know it's kind of a double whammy for me. It's also the anniversary of my mother's passing, so 9/11's a really crazy day. But it's, yeah, we should never forget, and it just reinforces the importance of the job that our first responders do every day. You know, most of us, when we go to the office, family expects you to be home for dinner and everything's going to be fine, but, you know, when you're in a profession like Jose is, and, you know, a first responder, family members don't know if you're always going to come home every day. So it's a different, much different situation. You have to have great respect and admiration for those who are willing to serve in that capacity each and every day. I want to send out our condolences to the family of Deputy David Ryan Walker on the tragic loss of his son to a drunk driver. You know, I think we all agree that, you know, no parent should ever have to bury their child. It's a very upsetting experience to have happen to their family, and you know, you see the pictures of their son, and such a great smile, such a talented kid. I think he probably graduated top of his class. Just a tragic loss, and so our prayers go out to the deputy and his family on such a tragedy. Labor Fest was back in Lorraine County over the Labor Day weekend, and a great turnout for that. Can't say enough good things about the important role that labor's played in our workforce. You know, each and every day, we need to realize that the reason we're able to go to work and come home is because labor's made the workplace a safer place. You know, get to come home with your limbs attached, actually come home from the job. You have better health care benefits, better pay, you know, 5-day work week, overtime. I could go on and on. But the labor unions made that all possible. And I'm glad to see in this country that there is rising support and approval for all that they've done. And they certainly have made the workplace a better place for all of us. The Pops concert was held in Elyria. I know we were coordinating with them so they could do it in front of the beautiful courthouse that we have. And just want to thank our whole team for coordinating that with the city of Elyria. It's always a great event. The Lorraine firefighters hosted a steak fry on Saturday night. The place was packed, and folks trying to crank out the steaks as quickly as they could. But a really strong turnout. It's important that we support our, as I said, first responders, our firefighters, police in the community. And it was just great to see the outpouring of support. After that, hopped in the car, drove over to Wellington for the Farm Bureau meeting. And of course, Mark Adams was there. He's everywhere from the health department. But it was a very nice evening, getting an update from the Farm Bureau and the important role that our farming community plays. They did that in conjunction with our soil and water department. and it was a very good event. Even had a comedian there who was telling all kinds of jokes about living on a farm, growing up on a farm. It was the only time I think I've heard a comedian that didn't drop any swear words or say anything dicey. So it can actually be done, folks. It can actually be done. But it was entertaining. The North Ridgeville Chamber of Commerce held their luncheon yesterday, had a barbecue luncheon. Man, was that delicious. That was very good. I'm trying to think of Marvin's last name, but the speaker there he calls himself the sales doctor, and was talking about the importance of contacting people, following up with people, thanking people, and just something that he feels could be done better, in our overall society each day. Was a good speaker. And then last night, Sheffield Township had the Safe Night Out, and that was a well-attended event. Our members of our sheriff's department were there. The highway patrol was there with a car that they confiscated from a drunk driver, a nice Corvette. I know we have a Corvette of our own in the fleet, 67 or 66 Vet, I believe, is part of our DARE car with the sheriff's department. That's my favorite car, by the way. But a nice turnout. They also had one of the helicopters there from one of the hospitals, and that's always quite a showstopper when they come in and then take off. But it was just a nice evening. Good to see everybody getting together, but it's just so important in our neighborhoods nowadays, unfortunately, because of the epidemic. People are breaking into homes because they need their drug money. So, you see something doesn't look right, don't think you're being a nosy neighbor, call the police right away, report it, and make sure it gets looked at. So, and that completes my report.
Ooh, we're kind of forgetting something, aren't we? That's the Apple Festival.
Oh, the Apple Festival is this weekend, yeah.
And
you're
Karen
right.
was working on the Boy Scouts to use our parking
Oh,
garage
sure, right.
as a fundraiser for Boy Scouts. So should we have her come up and,
Absolutely.
So, Miss Deputy Director, do you have a report?
Well, I guess, yes, I do have a report,
well,
so.
well, I'm texting her, she goes, no, I don't. Yes, you do. So.
Yeah, right. What do you want to do? So, actually, Commissioner Moore was the one who brought this up as a great fundraiser for the Boy Scouts. So we did reach out to a couple of local troops, and our Elyria troop, Boy Scout Troop 107, Elyria VFW Hall, has agreed to actually man our parking garage and be able to earn a little extra money by charging $5 per vehicle to park in our parking garage during the Apple Festival. And so their parking time is 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Saturday and 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday during the Apple Festival, and that's September 17th and 18th. So that's, again, Boy Scout Troop 107, Elyria VFW Hall. Troop Scout leader is Colin Polson, and the troop committee chair is Debbie Oakes.
And is there an upcharge if they park in Commissioner Moore's designated spot?
I was just wondering if he was raffling that off to the highest bidder.
I'm not going.
I think we're putting together a liability waiver right now. I can
Yeah.
help you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
well,
it was exciting
I'm
to be
getting
able to
text messages
partner.
from Dan that he has to go bathroom, so we better hurry this. I was gonna text you back, but no, I'm not gonna do that.
Once it's not me, Dan.
No, it's absolutely.
So thank you.
There you go, thank you. That sounds like
Thanks,
a great
Karen.
idea.
Thanks.
Awesome. Hope that helps them out a lot.
Thank you for your work on that, Karen.
Okay, Madam Clerk,
I have nothing.
okay. Board correspondence.
I would like to read. I'm just kidding. I'm looking at Dan, so
I say,
that would be another hour, folks. That's why I said that.
I'll move to waive the reading of the board correspondence.
So
second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore.
No, she was the first one.
Oh, I thought you moved since she seconded it, no?
Oh, I know. She moved.
Oh, okay.
Either way, we're both ayes.
Okay, Commissioner Hung,
Aye.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye. Okay. At this time, I would move that the board go into executive session for the items discussed by the Assistant County Prosecutor.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Nope.
Are we on, Russ? Yes.
And we have returned from executive session. I'll make the motion to approve personnel summary sheet.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Any other business come before the board? Seeing